like use glib anyway. Use like cutil. It's a lot smaller. It forces you to use C11, which is like non-crap. And if you cannot do anything, then you're on your own anyway. Use a fork glib from 2002 and you're done. Having the type system inside glib, where our data container API lives, like glist, ghastable, and stuff like that, gives us container types with actual memory management for their contents instead of having functions like added at random time. So it's all type-based. But also it allows us to introduce additional things like symbol versioning for the types. Right now you cannot do that. If you have a library that registers GTK widget for like API version 4, and you have GTK widget for API version 5, registering the two will inevitably break because the two are not compatible. So there is no version done for the type system. We can add better type reflection. We can generate introspection data straight from the G-type instead of having this weird Hanoli Python parser that tries to, Python flex Bison parser that tries to parse C declarations and then bind them to documentation like blocks. And it's like, I maintain the thing, it's insanity. And it's not insanity because I maintain it, and well, no, I maintain it because, well, it's fine. But also we can like fix some locking contention, use better like locking mechanism and locking primitives instead of a massive static lock at the global like namespace. So let's put back G-type instance as the root. Everything can derive from that. It's a very simple type. It doesn't have anything. It does not have reference counting, doesn't have anything, only copy, like memcopy, only move semantics. You can take an instance, move it from here to here, in a very like Patrick. You can take all the instances here and move them here. It needs some like addition for things like freeing the memory of an instance, like the internal memory of an instance, because otherwise like you're gonna leak it. And maybe add some way to clone an instance, like instead of like not reference counting, but literal cloning the memory. And then we can add type-related information at the type system level. As I said, properties are not type property. They're not a property of the actual GObject type. They are something that is installed on the object class by running code. That is insanity. You have to instantiate the class first in order to introspect it, in order to know what properties it has. It's what? No. A property is a property of the type. It's not a property of the class. What the hell? Signals are the same. So you can instead add a type registration and you store it inside the type node instead of this global hash table that has a global lock. And every time you access a property, you have to basically stop the entire world in order to get the information out of that. And instead of having this big multiplexer functions that set and get every single property, you can directly access offsets or call functions. And you can do automatic notification when the value changes instead of having to do it explicitly. And same thing from the signals, with the added like bonus that you can generate a bunch of code that is safe instead of using this weird wrappers that wrap everything inside gvalue, which is an opaque container, and it boxes a bunch of stuff and does a bunch of memory allocations. And it's a lot of wasted stuff. But also, this is just the beginning. This is just how it should start. And we need to stop and think about what we're doing, because otherwise we end up with a second system effect where, oh, we put a lot of stuff inside GObject, so let's like put it back and then put a lot of stuff inside G-type instance. So that more bonkits will fix the design at some point. Instead of doing that, we can just explode the functionality into ancillary types. And add things like template programming, like generic programming. So you have parameterized types that define the functionality in a generic way, like an abstract type, but it's not like a classic OOP inheritance mechanism. Because it doesn't have deep derivability, you basically declare a type as an instantiation of a generic template. Think of it as a GTK widget template where you define some functionality inside the UI and then you instantiate at the time of need. If you are familiar with C++, this is how templates work. If you're familiar with Rust, these are generics work. Same with Go, and so on and so forth. And you can add reflection to that, so you can inspect this at runtime, because runtime is basically all we have. We can do stuff at compile time, but it's C, and C, it's C. And guess what? We already have something like that you don't probably know about it. It's like all the enumeration and flags are exactly that. They have no instance size. They are generic types, and they are concrete. They become concrete when you register an enumeration or a flag. And that allows us to go to tagged unums. There are sometimes some types, not sometimes. So you can do things like optional values. So you get an optional value, and sadly, we can see it. You can unwrap a value instead of like returning null, which doesn't mean anything to anybody. Is it a valid value? Is it an error? No, like flip the coin, and the API will tell you. Or you can replace the existing pattern of returning a value or returning like something else and setting a G error for like runtime recoverable error. If you are thinking, oh, this looks a lot like Rust. Yeah, no shit. It looks a lot like Rust. It's because both Rust and C++ and basically Java and every other language on the planet has just moved to this particular like design paradigm. Reference counting. Reference counting doesn't need to be inside the object itself, the type itself. It can be delegated to another object. And we can give it like strong references, weak references, and toggle references for language bindings. Floating reference will never be added. You will have to kill me. Literally, because they will never, ever be added. They were a mistake, and they will continue to be a mistake. We can have an atomic version of it, and for like atomic access, atomic like reference counting, but without having to have atomic contents of the object itself. Or we can use the BIOS reference counting to do atomic operations on when accessed on different threads. So again, this looks a lot like writing Rust in C, but I mean, it beats writing Java in C, which is what we've been doing up until now. And again, data containers. We don't need to use void star for anything because we have typed instance now. And we can drop like stuff like GRA and glist and GQ and just have type-safe containers that know how to free their data without you having to tell them how to free it. Basically, we are turning the API inside out. Like take GObject and flip it around so that all its component parts do one thing and one thing only. And then you compose them into what you need. And it improves the details of the type system, but also improves the safety of the type system. I mean, as much as it can be safe for a C code base. For instance, right now we're doing like ownership transfer using an annotation in the dot block. But if I give you a pointer to an instance, then it means that that instance is not yours to manage. It's just a pointer to it. So that is automatically transfer none. But if I return to you a reference counted box that contains the instance, then of course that is a full ownership transfer because it's a shared reference count. And that functionality can be encoded straight into the introspection generator. It doesn't need to be an annotation. It's part of the API and removes a lot of the uncertainty and the manual aspect of doing this stuff. But also error handling. If I return a GObject with like a value, that value is either none or a value that you can extract, which means null is not a thing. It's always going to be returning you something. And same for like gresult. If I return to you a result, it will either be the value that you're looking for or the error. It will never be, is this Boolean the actual value it's returning, or is this Boolean false because it's setting an error? Who knows? So yeah, this will change the API, but it will not change it inside glib. It will change it inside your project. But it's not just a change in the API. It's not just a change in like something that you can just adapt to it. You have to actually consider the design of your API. But also, it doesn't need to happen all at the same time because we are leaving GObject as it is. GObject is there for other people to use, for you to use, and you can progressively port this without necessarily having a flag day. It can be implemented incrementally and doesn't need to happen everywhere. So, as I said, it's an experiment, but I've done some stuff here. The type system is already, I already have a branch that moves it to glib from GObject. It's actually not, it's a messy commit because it has to untangle 25 year-ish, yeah, of like code. It's like from AutoTools to Meson to a bunch of other things. And yeah, it's not super clean, but it's a single commit, so it doesn't break bisectability. And I've introduced finalizable, like clonable interfaces that you can add to your object to free internal data. I already started working on template types and the data containers. So gvector, which is an array replacement. I'm still considering whether or not to use a tree-like structure inside it instead of using like a plain array. A plain array has its own benefits like constant time access, but also like memory, like layout, memory compaction. A B tree is nicer for like appending and removing stuff. So iterating through it as well. It's a decision. Hash map is basically a hash table, but with a parameterized key and value pairs. I've started designing, not implementing the reference counted box and the result and option API. The properties and signals, again, I started working on the builder API, the builder pattern API. So you basically define a property or a signal, creating an object called GPropertyBuilder because of my my imagination when it comes to naming is terrible. You basically build the metadata of the property, and then you create the property object and you register it inside the type. The property object gets copied inside the type system. It doesn't get copied into a nebulous like ether where it gets like saved somewhere. It gets copied inside type itself, the type data, which means that it can be accessed using an identifier in constant time without like locking or doing anything, because you can only register them at type registration, and it's already like everything is already locked because it's already there. We already locked the type system registration anyway, and the same design would apply to the signals. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that needs like work still. This, as I said, is an experiment. I expect this to not be done in any way, shape, or form anytime like real soon. I'm not gonna like lie to you and say, oh, in 6 months it's gonna be ready. I'm doing this on my own spare time. I'm doing this of my own volition. In general, I also want to have a more thorough discussion with the language bindings developers because they are going to be consuming this API more than application developers. So they will need to adapt a lot to this, which is why, as I say here, we need a type system team where people that are involved in like working on glib and the type system, people that are involved into writing language bindings, and other projects that are consuming the introspection data need to basically sit down together and talk about the evolution of the type system. And if you want to know more about this, come to my governance talk, technical governance talk tomorrow, because it's going to be a fun one. So I try to be pretty quick because we're already a little bit late. I think we have some time for questions. Okay, great. Yeah, a microphone will come around, hopefully. I will repeat the question, so don't worry. Yep, Jonathan. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the question is, are going to like large code bases cope with having both, or how do we transition from one to the other? So if we assume that GTK is a large code base project, GTK is already using a lot of type instances internally. All the paint nodes, well, the render nodes, the events, the we have an example in everything, the action, the shortcut action, and things like that. They're all G-type instances. They're not GObjects. So they already are using this this API. They are creating their own subtypes and everything. What needs to happen is an incremental move in those cases to return, instead of like returning a like GSK render node, you return that is reference counted by itself. You can return a reference counted box containing a render node. So you don't operate on the reference count of the render node, you operate on the reference count of the box around it. And yeah, as I said, GTK is already like transitioning a lot of this stuff to type instance because it's more efficient for some things, especially if you don't have a public hierarchy of types. G-type instance is much more efficient because it's smaller, doesn't have how's it called? Doesn't have all the baggage that GObject comes with, and allows you to create like lightweight type hierarchy already. So I expect other code bases to migrate in the same way. So piecemeal, separate like types, one at a time, where it makes sense. And when you start hitting the big ones, so if we ever switch GTK widget to this, it's going to be like GTK 6. Yeah. 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 You don't. again, you need to have, the signal and property API would be kind of similar unless you're using like GObject set and GObject get a lot. Yeah. Which you shouldn't be doing because it's very inefficient. But if you're using like the C API or even going through the C API, then even language bindings. So you can incrementally port like a bunch of classes, or any new class you write is not going to be a GObject anymore. It's going to be a G-type instance. Yeah, stuff like that. Again, it's something that I think needs to be experimented on. It needs to be like validated that way because it's something new. It's something we haven't tried before. But yeah, other questions? Philip, over there. Yeah, I'll repeat. I'll always repeat the question. No worries. I know you said. Yeah. Okay. The question is, yes, allocations are a thing we can do, but it doesn't always, it's not always necessary. So like GOption is a pointer size to allocate another pointer size. And no, ideally you get a tag out of it. And it's like an enumeration value. So it will match a none value, which is a magic value. Otherwise, you get like GOption, whatever, and it contains the value itself. The value it can contain doesn't need to be allocated as well, as long as there's a lifetime requirement. As long as the GOption exists, the value has to be valid. It will not be enforced by a borrow checker. Yeah, shit. Otherwise, we'd be writing Rust. Which would be actually a good choice, but we cannot rewrite the entirety of GNOME in Rust in like incrementally. Other questions? Is GObject introspection going to be deprecated? GObject introspection is a fun one. It's not going to be deprecated. What I want to do is try to reduce the heuristics inside the parser that generates the introspection data. And what I also want to absolutely remove is the bit that instantiates a bunch of object classes to extract the metadata, like inheritance, properties, signals, and all the other things. Because that introduces a lot of requirements on how you build a library. Ideally, if I had a time machine, I could go back in time, I would shake Owen Taylor and Johan Dahlen and tell them, what on earth were you thinking when they decided you have to generate a small C like binary that runs the introspection instead of developing the shared library that you have. I don't know why they did that. It was like a technical like nightmare. I know they had their reasons. They are incredibly clever people, but that was a mistake. So ideally, I would probably try and reduce that amount. That doesn't mean like fixing the, why is it going? That doesn't mean that the introspection itself would be deprecated, but parts of it will be. Other questions? No? Wow, I was really fast. Okay, great. No questions alike? So yeah, thank you very much. And again, come tomorrow to governance talk because that will be slightly more controversial than this one.
Intriguing.
Yeah. Where is George's? George's. George's. George's.
So this is my second, right? Gosh, if someone had just showed me how to, well, okay. Okay. No, we're good. Actually, everything has shifted 10 minutes. So everything has shifted 10 minutes.
Did you find Piotr?
I let him know.
I've turned this off now, so I'm going to go figure out how to charge this.
Yeah, I've let him know. Everyone online, sorry for the chit chat. We cannot turn off the microphone. I'm afraid that we're going to lose the connection. So hi everyone. Thank you so much for everyone following and watching from home. Thank you everyone who has attended here. We are sorry for the small hiccups, but this is what happens when events are live. These kind of things are not easy to predict. So thank you so much for the patience. Thank you to Emmanuele for the very interesting talk. We are setting up for our next talk. Everything in the agenda has shifted by 10 minutes, so the next talk is going to start, of course, 10 minutes late, is going to end 10 minutes late, and the first coffee break that was 20 minutes now is only 10. So you have to grab a quick coffee, a biscuit, and come back to the rooms. And yeah, we'll give you, if you are ready, Georges. I can help you with this. You can just put this in your pocket. Oh, I can just... Hello? Okay, it's green. So, the next presentation is GNOME live streaming and outreach 6 years later. And I'm going to leave Georges talk to you more about this.
Like a couple of minutes to set myself up?
In a couple of in a couple of minutes, yes, of course.
A little scared.
Just put it in the
Test.
And try not to touch it. Just so you don't avoid it.
Yes. No.
Can you hear him?
Can you hear me? No.
Try in the linear, just so you have it just use your phone.
Let's try linear. Is it better now? Can you hear me? No. A little bit more voice. Is that better now? Test. Okay. I need to plug this in the...
Do you want me to take it somewhere? Do you want me to help you with something?
No, I just need to plug this in the... Charger. Yeah.
One, two, three, test. Oh, we have the mic, so if you have questions afterwards, you can just use this.
Is the other microphone working now? Okay. Okay, I'm going to start in 1 minute. Just give me a little second here. I think this is working. Ah, okay. Awesome. So, all right. Let me move this back here. Wow, this is incredibly broken. Just try this. I don't know. Who's the shell developer? To which my answer was, I have no idea. All right, how do I make this full screen? I'm utterly confused by Firefox. Oh God, I'm under pressure. Right, this is going to be the best I can do for now, so bear with me. I don't know how to disable this little sidebar that Firefox added. Top left. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Oh, no, there we go. All right, I think this is working now. Okay, cool, so let's begin. Thanks for coming to my non-TED talk. This is going to be probably, no, I am 100% sure that this is going to be my first non-technical talk in GUADEC. So, and it's also going to be an incredibly personal one. So it's scary as hell, so just bear with me. When I was revisiting what I submitted for GUADEC, I saw that my March self wrote this. I'd like to convince you to do it as well. It here meaning live streaming. And I just realized while preparing my slide deck that I have set myself for a massive failure. In the history of GUADEC, this is probably going to be the biggest downfall of a presenter ever seen. Well, let's try. I'm going to try to convince you, maybe, to try it. But also, I'll be happy if I'm able to also convince you to not try it. So my goal here is to make sure that when you left this room, you know what you're going to do. Either do it or not. You're going to be certain of that. So as you may have noticed, I've been streaming for 6 years now. And it was just grass. I got there. So I think after doing this for such a long time, apparently the decay rate of streamers is worse than startups. So, so streamers stop within weeks. Startups that survive the first 5 years are the big ones. Streamers last weeks on average, which is a hell of a time, 6 years, much longer than the average rate. So, why should you do this? And more generally, why do I want to talk about this here in GUADEC? Before I started showing up my face on YouTube and talking and doing GNOME development live, there was only IRC. There was not even Matrix at that time. And it was not very fun. Turns out, despite what lots of people tell on the internet, development, well, at least to me, I don't like standing right here. At least to me, I feel like development is not just a technical endeavor. So I truly feel like what we do, like not only for GNOME, but in general as developers, what we do is a substrate, an extract of our relationships and how we interact with each other. There is a rule that I don't remember the name that says that systems, they tend to reflect the communication that happens inside a company or something like that. And I do think that what we do at GNOME and we do at Free Software is a direct representation of what we believe and how we interact with each other. Which tends to the question, like, what is GNOME? It's a very difficult question to answer, and I'm sure like each one of you is going to have a different answer for that. But it's like, do I have to stay there?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just a talking voice now. I don't like staying behind this wall of wood here. Well, anyway, I'm sure that each one of you is going to have a different answer for what is GNOME, but it's like, as a mental experiment, what if we threw away all of GObject code, as Emmanuele is proposing, and do it from scratch? Is that going to be GNOME still? Or not? Is GNOME like a snapshot of the code that we currently have here, the existing code, and the Git history of it, or not? If you ask me, my answer to this is no. We can throw away all of our code and write it from scratch all over again, and that's still going to be GNOME. Because the code is just a substrate of the community, and the values of the community and the things that bond us together is like, that's the community to me. That's where the name, that's what the name represents. Well, so big round trip to ask you, why should you do this? I have a list of reasons, things that I've collected over the years. And to me, they are very important. And they brought me some insights that I didn't have before doing this. And I think it is useful for more people to do it as well. The range is wide. Like, it can be personal reasons, can be like communal reasons, it can be selfish reasons, whatever you feel like. I have a list for everybody. So, first thing that I put here is like, why should you do this? And the first item is breaking the ice. So like, I think at this point, there are 4 or 5 new developers, well, not new anymore, but 4 or 5 developers in GNOME who have started contributing directly because of my streams. Like, people that mentioned that explicitly. Like, I started writing GNOME code because I saw you doing this, and I thought it was going to be much harder, but it's actually easy. So I started doing this. When you put your face, your voice, and you share your screen and put that on the internet, and you talk to people, you break the ice wall. And that massive fear that makes us immobilized because we don't know what to do, and we don't know what the tools to use, and we don't know who are doing this, or the people doing this. You break that immediately just by doing this in a public space. That's the first thing that I put here. We have a lot of tribal knowledge. We have lots of bits of information that we only discover because we are in a chat room and we ask a question and we get an answer, and that answer is not documented anywhere. And now 2 people have that bit of knowledge, but it's still not documented anywhere. And when you do that live, you spread that information in more places. And if you do that live and you store the recording, I'm not going to call that documentation, but it's somewhere. That doesn't depend on someone being awakened in the chat room to answer you. I have already looked at my previous live streams that are recorded and publicly accessible to remember what I've done and why I've done something. And this is invaluable. Like, the tribal knowledge can be forgotten. Keep that in mind. It's not documented, and human memory does not work forever. People forget tribal knowledge. you know. So it is super cool to have that documented somewhere. And this is where like things start to get into muddy waters, because, you know, I hate the new meaning of the word influence. But I think there are, like, I learned that influencing people to do things is just part of the whole deal of working in a community. And there are probably good and bad ways to do that. Like, I wouldn't want anybody to influence me to work on code by pointing a gun at my head. That's not a good way to influence me to do things. But like, when you know how to do stuff, and you turn on your camera, turn on your microphone, and share a screen, and you show how to do stuff, and you know you're just having a blast of a time, you're having fun, you do things, and then you do a new feature, and you're happy about that. And that gets people like in a good mood to also do that. So in a certain way, you influence someone to also do that. Sometimes people ask your opinions about things. And as developers, we have lots of opinions about things. And we now have a medium to share our opinions about things without making them any sort of official stance of the community or something like that. You know, just share your opinion and say, this is my opinion. And people are influenced by what you say. And if you're like doing positive outreach, then you're positively influencing people to do positive things. So you get into a virtuoso spiral upwards, which is fantastic. I think, to me, this is the most important part of it all, because I do streams for fun. I think it's a fun thing to do when you're on the right mindset, when you're feeling well, when you're well rested, and you want to have a fun time. You go to a place, you turn on your camera and you start doing cool things, and then people get excited with you about the thing that you're doing, and it feels really good. But most importantly, like, we know that GNOME doesn't have the best internet reaction. And I think part of the problem is that it is so easy to dehumanize people online. And by putting our face out there, well, you don't even need to put your face, but just turning on your camera or your microphone and talking while you do stuff, it is a really effective way to undo this dehumanization process. It is remarkably efficient in that. I've heard many stories, like people in the chat or people like talking to me after I do a live stream saying like, I thought our GNOME developers were assholes. It's like, you're not an asshole. Okay, it's great to hear that on a personal level, but like, this is the kind of thing that undoes the image that sometimes we're not even like, it's not even we that do that. It's just some sort of cloud of imagination, of fantasies that people keep telling and repeating ad infinitum. And new people just like, they hear somewhere that GNOME developers are assholes, and that's the image that they have for no actual reason other than hearing somebody else saying that. And when you do this kind of outreach, it helps undo this. And it's very effective at undoing this. And it also gives us a chance to control the narrative, control it, quote unquote, because narratives are very hard to control in spaces that we don't control. But you know, people who don't do development, but they see a GNOME developer live streaming, they get in the chat and say, hey, what do you think of this? And you say, I think that's X, Y, and Z. And then sometimes that's not what the crowd thinks the GNOME developers think. Sometimes the crowd thinks that GNOME developers are evil entities that are just out there to complain and objectify to every single positive change in the world. And then someone joins the chat and asks you a question, and you answer that question, and it's like, okay, that's very different from what I thought you would answer. And suddenly, you're helping shape the narrative around the community. It's very organic, but it does help, like, a lot. And I think it's very important. I got a few more reasons, if that doesn't convince you. At least on YouTube, we have a few like influencers, YouTube, Linux news channels, and they do the classic, video where they read an article on, oh my God, Ubuntu, and then write a video script about it. That's how it works. When you're doing that, when you, the developer, is doing something in real time, there's no source of truth that is closer than that cannot ever be. Like, you're the person doing, you're the original writer of the code doing something in real time. And also, you don't suffer from the problem of obsolescence. So when you do a live stream, you write something, like you write a new feature during a live stream. It is very clear that that thing is happening in real time. It's not a video that claims to be like how to publish an app in FlatHub or something like that, that in 2 years is going to be completely obsoleted. When you do a live stream, it is the way things are right at that moment. No obsolescence in sight. And you get to make friends. I know that can scare lots of free software developers, but it is important to make friends, folks. I encourage, we can have genuine bonds. Like, I've seen people who have been going to my streams for 6 years, haven't missed one. Some of them started contributing to GNOME after that. Some of them, no, they just like, okay, I have 10 minutes. Some of them just like following things, seeing what's going on. That's nice, that's very cool. Like, you don't know the person intimately, but you have a genuine bond in there. That person's following you for years and years and years, and they greet you and they tell you, maybe you wrote a wrong thing somewhere. Yeah, it can be fun. Lots of people in here are not paid to do this kind of work, so having fun is important. I also want to tell you why you shouldn't do streams. And this is the difficult part of the whole thing. So when you expose yourself, you're going to be exposed. I know that this is shocking, but when you turn on your screen, your microphone, and if you have a camera, you turn on your camera, you will be a public persona from that moment on. And that is scary. That is also very uncomfortable. It is not easy to do that. It is a very intimate thing to expose yourself like this. Not everyone can be comfortable doing this. Not everyone wants to do that. Unpredictable situations happen. Sometimes you're doing something cool and then a troll joins your chat. And it can ruin your entire day to do that. Which is why it's very important to get people around you to also be moderators on your chat, so they can help you, remove this trash from what you're doing. You have to be super wary of your privacy. You have to turn off notifications. You have to be super careful not to type your password while the whole world is watching you. You have to be like super, super, super aware of not having the wrong chat room open while you're streaming and you accidentally show a private conversation in real time. It can be scary. It can expose you in ways that are difficult to predict. And of course, it is a social thing. You're going to be talking to people. And we humans have a social battery. Some people have a bigger social battery. Some people have a very tiny social battery. It is going to exhaust you at some point. I can tell you for a matter of fact that doing 8-hour live streams is going to kill you, and you're not going to talk to anybody for 2 days after that. So in case you're convinced of trying it, what are you going to do? Well, I always tell people that the only thing you need is a microphone. So here's a rule of thumb. People tolerate bad video. People do not tolerate bad audio. You can have shitty quality videos on your stream, but if your microphone is terrible, people are not going to stop by. So this is truly all you need. You need a screen to share and a microphone to talk. If you want to go a little fancier, you can get a webcam, an audio interface. It's a little bit more expensive, but it's worth the investment. It's not that much, actually, but it's worth it. If you're going to go really fancy, then you can get like multiple screens. Screens, not screens. But you can get a stream deck, you can do like fancier stuff. And if you want to go like excessive, then you can have like fancy cameras, lighting, all the real deal. This is super expensive. I do not tell people like don't go for it before you start. And now it's like something that is the whole thing is very personal to me, but like what I've noticed after 6 years of live streaming is that there are no women watching. Literally zero. Do we have a diversity team here in GNOME? Like, what can I do to change that? Basically, the audience is young, white men, usually from Europe. Even in my Portuguese streams, my Brazilian Portuguese live streams, majority of people is like European white men, young. I don't know what I can do to change this. I genuinely don't know what I can do to change this. Yeah, there's a gender disparity. We have an age disparity here. I'm not going to claim that my streams are child-friendly. I'm not Peppa the Pig doing non-development, but yeah. Yeah, English versus your native language, like, it's always good to have your local community engaged, but it's such a niche thing that rarely there's going to be enough people speaking your native tongue watching you. So you do English, but then you do English, you don't foster your local community. What do I do now? You do bilingual live streams. That's what I've been trying to do, but last time I did an English live stream, someone told me to speak in Brazilian Portuguese. Bourgeois. So, yeah. I don't know about regularity. I'm ADHD. There's not a word in my vocabulary. I don't do things regularly. Apparently, I don't suffer consequences from not doing things in a regular schedule, but I could. Some people say that it's like the most important thing you do is you stick to a schedule. Having few people really engaged and like talking to is, in my opinion, a lot better than having hundreds of people just silently watching you. Just, yeah, some afterthoughts. Just, I don't know. This is what works for me. And it was probably a very upsetting presentation. I did my best, but I don't know if I could convince anybody to actually try this. If anyone has any questions, now is the time. We only have 4 minutes, I think. Yeah. Thank you.
Well deserved. Thank you so much, George.
I think we have one question. No, 2 questions. Yeah. 3 questions. Okay.
Okay.
Not as bad as I thought it would be.
Hey, thank you for the talk. So I was wondering, the Brazil Portuguese streams that you do, did you find that you have new Brazilian Portuguese viewers getting engaged who maybe are worse at English? So do they actually help? How much do they help engage the local community?
Can you repeat that? So did I find Brazilian Portuguese?
When you do the streams in Brazilian Portuguese, how much did you find it to help engage some of the local folks who might not be familiar with English?
A lot. I basically do streams in 2 languages. So some of my streams are in English, some of them in Brazilian Portuguese. And us Brazilians are very engaged in Linux. If you go to FlatHub stats, you're going to see that the second country is Brazil. It is a big thing in Brazil. The problem is that it's a large country, so it's difficult to see us like meet in real life. Because some people live farther from me than some people are closer to Canada than to me, so it's very difficult to meet. But like all of the people that I've talked that told me that they started contributing to GNOME, they were Brazilians. And they started because of the Brazilian Portuguese streams. So at least for my case, it helped tremendously to do bilingual streams. I don't know about others. Like I'm sure there are countries in this world that have less than 2 million people, 200 million people. And probably it's going to be a lot harder to reach out to other same language folks in these platforms. I think we have another question.
Oh, hi. Great talk, by the way.
Thanks.
Gorgeous. This is Logan Rathbone speaking from Canada. This is a real softball one for you. I'll just say that I started my own streaming journey almost as a way to document things for myself as a beginner. But then I found people commenting saying, like, oh my God, like, you know so much, so great, blah, blah, blah. And I will say one of the most gratifying comments that I got was, I've been trying to blah for months by reading the documentation and just could not figure it out. But now that I've seen you do it, I get it. So what do you think is so powerful about the streaming medium?
What do I think is so powerful? I think it's the human connection we create when we do this. So I've told in the beginning of my talk, I don't think development is strictly a technical thing. And I think that seeing other people doing something is more important than reading a documentation about that something. Like, I genuinely think that. It is easier to learn from other people than from a web page. And some people, I dare to say, some people will not be able to learn from a documentation page. They will be able to learn by talking to someone. Which, I don't know. To me, that's the important thing. Do we have another question?
Yeah, I'll try to do this fast since there's time left, and I want him to ask his question. In regards, you talked about diversity and of course updating numbers. One of the things I would suggest is try to keep KPIs. Basically, I want this target demographic, and parts of the way to do that is actually to bring women into your streaming session, so that they have some emotional connection. Seeing another white man or a Brazilian man talking is not going to attract them, so they need to see their people. And so bringing in more diversity into your stream would do that, but also keeping those goals. You have to have those goals so that you are playing around with your content so that it would attract that medium.
Maybe we should have a buff or something about that, because
I am happy to help you. So,
yeah, it would be fantastic.
So I wanted to make sure that I give you a solution, not just do a Q&A thing.
Do we have any more questions? Oh, we have 2.
We are like out of time, but let's take these 2 questions just so we can.
Okay, this is a quick one. How much planning do you do before a stream?
How much what?
Planning.
Planning.
Like, do you know what you're going to do? Or do you figure that out?
It ranges from nothing to almost nothing. Sometimes I know what I'm going to do. Like, I usually, all my planning is in the title of the stream, like Flatpak development or GNOME calendar development or things like that. But no, it's usually I figure things out while Most of my streams, if you go see them, I start doing a task list. Like, that's the first thing I do. Like, today we're going to do this, this, and that. And then we sit down and do that. That's how I do things. It probably would be better to plan some more before, but that doesn't work for me.
So you mentioned previously that all the people that you know that started contributing because of your streams are Brazilian Portuguese, right? Do you feel there is a more personal aspect to speaking your native language than English or not?
Do I feel like there's a personal aspect to speaking my first
since you attracted mostly like people from that can speak your language and all that.
Yeah, it's a very complicated story, but as Latin Americans, we enjoy when we see others that grow in the eyes of non-Latin Americans. So I think there's a cultural aspect to be taken into account. I don't think it's a coincidence that other Brazilians started contributing. I know that some other people were motivated to contribute. Non-Brazilians were motivated to contribute as well. But people who went from I've never done any free software to contributions to some free software contributions, they were all Brazilians. So there is a very significant personal thing, culturally important thing going on here, which may not apply to other languages, other cultures, other people.
Thank you very much. I really think you deserve another round of applause.
Yeah. Thank you. This was very scary.
It was very personal. Thank
Yes.
you for sharing it. So I think we skipped this coffee break, and this was worth it. We are going to start with the next presentation. It's totally fine. Really, I think everyone really enjoyed listening to everything you shared. And if anyone wants to grab some coffee, we are going to set up with the next speaker, and see you in 2 minutes. Everyone online, we are going to be around. We are going to start almost right away. Thank you. Everyone in the room, please take your seats because we are going to start with the next presentation. And hi again to everyone watching from home. Sorry for the short delay. We are going to continue with the next talk, the GNOME infrastructure, State of the Union, Andrea, Veri, and Stefan, Peknik. And Bart, of course.
Virtual Bart. Hey guys. I usually come to GUADEC to give an idea of what has been happening around the GNOME infrastructure side of things. This means that you don't get to see me that often, luckily. But this year, I definitely had to come and present major changes that occur during 2025. Originally, the presentation was supposed to be me, Stefan, and Bart. You surely know Bart is the other DevOps person that is helping out since 7-8 years. Forgot about how long now. But he couldn't make it today, so it's just going to be me and Bart, me and Stefan. So let me give you a little bit of historical background. Red Hat has been sponsoring the GNOME infrastructure forever. And when I say forever, it's possibly the last 20 years. The GNOME infrastructure was originally hosted into this so-called community cage. Community cage is a rack, is a set of racks in one of the Red Hat Raleigh, North Carolina data centers, which also used to host other projects like Ceph, CentOS, originally Fedora, not anymore. And Red Hat has not only contributed to providing the hardware, provided the bandwidth, provided subscriptions for example, RHEL, Ansible automation platform, OpenShift. So all the major Red Hat technologies GNOME get for free. And historically, the community cage has seen an evolution of the GNOME infrastructure from early days where the infrastructure team of the time, 15 years plus ago, all the applications were hosted on bare metal. So you can think big bare metal boxes, hosted, an application would be hosted there. Backups were managed with a tool that Owen Taylor built at the time. It was broken sometimes, it was working. It was hit and miss. The infrastructure slowly evolved to use virtual machines. And finally, we moved to containers using Docker. These are around 8-9 years ago. And then we slowly moved to OpenShift 3.x. And then we migrated to OpenShift 4 around 4 years ago. When we originally designed the OpenShift infrastructure at the time, we only had a limited budget. What does it mean? That we only could purchase 3 bare metal machines. So we decided to go with a total of 3 systems. And we decided to go with it's called hyper-converged setup. It means that the storage compute runs on top of the same hardware. Why? Because as you may have guessed, with limited hardware availability and the use of OpenShift, we still needed a solution for having storage that could be mounted on top of multiple pods, right? Because we didn't want to go with block devices and mount block devices on top of storage, on top of the OpenShift pods. The community cage historically had some limitations. These limitations were a little, I would say, ancient hardware from what it comes to network. The layer 2 domain that GNOME has been using has been the same one for 15 years. We wanted to move to a layer 3 setup, but it was posing some challenges, limited time availability from the Red Hat IT network team, etc., because the ownership of the network devices in the community cage are not responsibility of the GNOME infrastructure team. They were the team that were responsible was the Red Hat IT team. So limited time. The moving to a layer 3 domain would have like posed other challenges. So we just decided to go with the existing network. We knew that the architecture could have potentially posed some challenges, but we knew that it could have been like a transient time while we were waiting for like a better solution, right? So going back, only a layer 2 domain. We were using an hyperconverged setup, which is fine for small clusters, but GNOME is not what I would define a small cluster anymore. And definitely another major issue was no redundancy whatsoever when it comes to the network devices for the reasons that I was mentioning earlier. The community grew, as you guys know, and thanks to GNOME Circle and a lot of new contributors, et cetera, as you can see in the slide, we have 60K, more than 60,000 GitHub users at this time, 50 terabytes of traffic happening monthly. This only for the traffic that eats OpenShift. If we include the traffic that eats our CDNs, that like gets to like double that size. As you guys may have noticed in the last year, whenever we would be planning an OpenShift maintenance, and OpenShift uses CoreOS behind the scenes, and CoreOS needs a complete reboot to boot from a new host tree, right? So we needed to do reboots to actually perform OpenShift upgrades and make sure that new kernel was loaded, et cetera. That was posing a challenge of whenever one of the systems was rebooting, we would see some really bad behaviors with ODF and Ceph, because ODF, OpenShift Data Foundation, uses Ceph storage behind the scenes. So we would see some like weird behavior where the I/O weight of the system would go crazy until like a specific rollout was performed. And it was because we were using unsupported, let's call it like that, scenario where we had ODF in cluster, in the OpenShift cluster itself, and we also had an external Ceph cluster. And the external Ceph cluster was an historical cluster that we had containing all the GNOME data. On top of this, going back to the no layer 3, no layer 3 means no router, and no router means having to create a router, right? And that router will be created using a VM, and as soon as that VM would go down, we will be losing internet connectivity for like a few seconds until the VM will be coming up. We quickly understood that this behavior could not be tolerated anymore because of the outages and because of the GNOME infrastructure starting to host services that will become like more critical and critical. Think about the new Donate website that was like recently introduced. That's a like critical component because like the foundation relies on donations. And there's been a lot of like PR done to make sure that this donation can grow. So hosting services, not only GitLab, but also services that like are like customer facing, user facing, we definitely needed something that was more stable and an SLA that would get closer to 99%, 99 whatever percent. Early 2024, we started looking for solutions to how do we solve this challenge? How do we get rid of the 3 hyperconverged setup boxes and OpenShift cluster that we have? Not because we wanted to sunset OpenShift, because we wanted to use OpenShift, but with a different architecture. We looked around for budget, and we couldn't find like an appropriate budget to like support the need that we had. And we started looking for more sponsors, right? We've been using AWS and their open source program since around 5, 6, 7 years now. Originally, we were using their sponsorship for S3 only, because we were leveraging S3 a lot for like many of the data storage, the static data storage that the GNOME infrastructure has. We reached out to them, and they were more than happy to like welcome us into their like bigger into a program that comes with more funds. And as soon as we knew that we could migrate to the public cloud, we knew that we had a path forward. Just a quick note on this. I know there's a lot of people criticizing GNOME's move to AWS because it's a US corporate, et cetera, et cetera. I want to say that I know the people that work in the open source team. One of the people specifically is a former Red Hat employee, a person that like I've been knowing and being part of the Fedora community for ages. They are strongly committed to open source, and they're sponsoring all the major open source communities that you can think. You can name one today, and is being sponsored by AWS. So it was honestly, it's honestly a really good thing, a really good advantage for GNOME, for GNOME resiliency, for GNOME stability, scalability, for that we actually migrated to the public cloud. And why the public cloud? As I was mentioning earlier, hosting your hardware in a data center on premise poses a lot of challenges. Let's say, going back to what I was saying earlier about the layer 2 domain, changing that poses challenges, and it never happened for one reason or another. But with AWS, or like generally any other public cloud, you can get a software-defined networking that actually, with a click or an API call or Terraform, whatever you want to use, you can get a VPC, which is effectively the base of a layer 2 domain, and you can add on layer 3 on top with ease, with just like literally a few seconds. On top of that, we wanted to deprecate Ceph. Not because Ceph is a bad technology, just because Ceph requires a dedicated team to be managed. You need to manage the hardware as well. Disks break, you need to replace the disks, it takes time. Since we moved to the public cloud, we can leverage things like EFS, it's like AWS implementation on NFS. We can leverage EBS, and we can scale up the IOPS as much as we want, right? All these like benefits, they are definitely something that we were looking forward to back in time. And we tried doing a lot of things to save money. Yeah, we get funds from AWS, but we also need to maintain like our funds and expenditure up to a certain limit. So we decided, for example, to use ARM64. So the GNOME infrastructure runs on top of ARM64 machines, because OpenShift has native support for ARM64 these days. All of this to say that since we migrated to the public cloud, I'm confident that you guys noticed extreme stability. SLA, the SLA that we have is close to 99.9%. There's a couple of things that we have to fix still, which is it's more like a bug feature that Kubernetes has. Whenever you mount an EBS volume, a block device, Kubernetes tries to run a chown or chcon to change the SE Linux context on top of every single file that the volume has. So you can think of EBS that we use for GitLab, containing like millions of files. So usually when you do an upgrade, an OpenShift upgrade, and the Gitali pod for GitLab needs to restart, you would see that there's a 10 minutes once per month downtime, which we're going to address later on this year. As part of the AWS migration, as part of the public cloud migration, we also took the chance to apply certain changes that were due. For example, we migrated to a new SSO domain. The new SSO domain forces every GNOME account owner to have two-factor authentication. That means that if you get a GNOME account, you also need a two-factor authentication. That's something that we didn't have before. On top of this, we tried to leverage this SSO domain that, by the way, runs on Keycloak, Red Hat Keycloak. We decided to tie this SSO to more services. And we took the chance to retire some services that weren't using the SSO or were like overcomplicated process to migrate to SSO. The wiki, the GNOME wiki, for example, was one of them. It was using a local database. The wiki is gone. It was turned into like a static archive. And with that, the authentication that it had is also gone. We decided to migrate certain services away from the GNOME infrastructure into third-party. For example, we were used to do all in-house maintenance of every single service that you can think of. Or, for example, GNOME, all the GNOME DNS zones, we maintain like 20 plus zones for Flatpak and like GIMP domains. We also maintain ourselves. We were used to run NSD, which is a name server daemon, to run your authoritative name server. We will be running that in-house, but it also means, for example, maintaining DNSSEC keys, and DNSSEC keys have to be rotated. That poses all other challenges, more time. So we received sponsorship from a company called Cloud DNS, and we migrated all our zones to Cloud DNS, and we migrated to Cloud DNS because we got a sponsorship for their full package. They give us notifications, they give us monitoring. So we have, for example, endpoint monitoring happening there as well. We get DNSSEC for free, and we get DNSSEC key rotation automated for us. So we just click a button and we get the DNSSEC keys deployed for us. So you guys enjoy DNSSEC for whoever like uses DNSSEC to validate DNS or uses SSH with DNSSEC validation. This to say that for a team of two, me and Bart, offloading some of these services to third-party infrastructure helped us saving a lot of time. Quickly going through this, we were using Splunk. I know it's not an open source tool. We leveraged it for like a little bit of time. It worked well. We deprecated it. Now we're using Loki, open source, etc., to like use to actually feed all our logs into Loki to be able to then parse them with Grafana. We deprecated, as I was mentioning earlier, Prometheus Black Box. We retired MirrorBrain, which was our mirroring infrastructure, and we moved to CDN77. This because maintaining 40 mirrors was a major pain, and we had to like get in touch with them. Oh, your mirror is down, and MirrorBrain like wasn't behaving like in the best way sometimes when a mirror will go down and it will require manual intervention, etc. So we prepared to scratch that and just go with CDN77. GIMP is hosted on the GNOME infrastructure. QEMU is also hosted on the GNOME infrastructure. We're helping QEMU project as well, but they have their own tenants. They have their own VMs, including GIMP, that decided to stick with MirrorBrain. About this slide, I think a lot of the things I already mentioned. We are heavily using Cache. Cache is the status GNOME.org website that you guys browse when you need to understand how GNOME infrastructure is doing. We upgraded to 3.x, and we made sure that the status of each GNOME service happens automatically via some automation. And then I think it's worth mentioning about one of the biggest changes that happened this year on top of the AWS one, and that is the GNOME release service. And I'm giving the microphone to Stefan.
Hello. So my name is Stefan Peknik. Andrea already introduced me. To be fair, I'm not really that long in the GNOME community as Andrea. Okay. I'm in the GNOME space for a year or so I'm really new to this, so please bear with me. But I was able to get quite a good piece of work done for the GNOME team regarding releases. I suppose maintainers from the release community already are aware about the struggles of having to build a whole release, push it to the master of GNOME so that it can be mirrored to the distros and so on and so on. It all included a manual process, as I said. You had to build a tarball with whatever way you wished, then copy it to a remote server and run a local script there, which was called FTP admin. The problem there was that it was purely manual, which in the purest sense had the potential for a human error, which is always there. There was no audit, so you weren't, if we don't go down to the Linux stuff, you wouldn't be able to say who SSH to the server, who did what there, and so on. And with the last year's XZ incident, we also realized that there's the problem with authorization. Like, the FTP admin script worked, but there were no guardrails saying that a maintainer of one module couldn't do a release for another one. Meaning, if there was some malicious intent, it was pure, they were able to do whatever they wished. Going back to the FTP admin script, it was a great piece of work. It did what it was supposed to do. It was introduced like in 2011. I went back down the GitLab history, tracked it down. To be fair, its original came in like 2003 as a bash script. Then it was migrated to Python in 2011 and got like, it just started snowballing, grew from 400 lines to 2,000 lines, had multiple commands that were not even used anymore. And it was hard to maintain and modify, especially lately. So our goal was to focus on security. We wanted to introduce a way that would ensure that all the releases are performed in a secure way. There's no room to intercept it. There we have a traceability, that if anyone does the release, we know who did it and what was in the official release. We wanted to also the process to be more maintainable. Like, the Python 2 script did its work, but let's say it was a single file script, and you can imagine. When it came to the efficiency, it worked, but we wanted to make the maintainer's time also efficient in that sense. So the solution we came up with, mainly Andrea, who introduced the idea, was to create an API that would sit on the server and would serve as a facade for all the work that was supposed to be done with the release. We chose Python 3 with Fast API framework, and it's all deployed in the OpenShift framework, in the OpenShift. Sorry. Regarding the architecture, we are really focused on what I said: maintainability, traceability, and security. We decided that the best way, as everyone was already, or most people were already using GitLab with its CI/CD capabilities, that it would be like the first step we would utilize. We imagined the pipeline would be use the GitLab CI/CD, have it defined there, however you wish, and the maintainer's responsibility would be just to push a tag that would trigger the CI/CD pipeline, build the tarball in the CI/CD, and contact the API with the tarball. So all of it would be automated, all of it would be traceable, and it would be magical. It would work, which was the great thing. You could ask how we did the authorization and authentication. Thanks to the GNOME community, we found out about a great part of GitLab. It was ID tokens, which are basically JUT tokens that can be produced within the CI/CD pipelines. And GitLab does all the signing. If I go to the magic of the authorization, the GitLab produces a JUT token that we send together with the build tarball from the pipeline to the API, and we can then check on the API side if the JUT token is valid by checking GitLab's JWKs, which are basically public keys that we can use to check the JUT token that was sent from the pipeline. Also, a great thing about the JUT tokens was that GitLab bundles into it a lot of claims, including the project's name and so on. So we could make it strictly that that a call from a specific project CI/CD could only do the release for the module with the same name, effectively creating the guardrails for it. As I said, what that meant for the maintainer was that it all came to just push in a tag, creating the GitLab CI definition, and if everything was set up, it just started working. Thanks to the community, we were able to get this into production during last year's December/New Year. Even we did it quite quickly, which got a bit of pushback, but thanks to the community adoption, it was at the end a smooth process. And I would like to give a shout out to a few people from the GNOME release community, Tiara, Abderrahim, and Michael Cadentaro for their help with coming up with the architectural decisions. And also, I can't forget Andrea, like he was the main part of it. So thanks to him, and also to the release and infrastructure teams. You can see like a lot of the projects are already using this, as they were forced to at the end of the day. But it's great to see that they were able to get it working. And that's it. We have sponsors. Andrea, do you want? So from the November 2024 and ongoing, AWS will provide a sponsorship for the GNOME project. And then we have Red Hat, who kindly continues to sponsor our subscriptions to RHEL, OpenShift, and so on. CDN77, Basile, GIMP is sponsoring the GitLab runners. We also received a grant from Microsoft. We received bare metal ARM64 from Oswald, and we are now able to run CI/CD on macOS thanks to MacStadium. Canonical is continuing their GitLab runner sponsorship, and also thanks to DigitalOcean. Are there any questions as we get to the end?
Thank you for the presentation. Also, if there are questions online, now this is the moment. And of course, raise your hands if you have questions in the room.
You're making it too easy for me.
I saw the grant from Microsoft. It's $2,000, I think. Is that annual or is it one-off?
Excuse me, could you repeat the question?
So the sponsorship, it showed 2,000 grants from Microsoft. Is that annual grant or is it one-off?
Annual.
Annual. Oh, nice.
Any other questions in the room? People online, this is the moment. We have very few minutes left.
So this is a question specifically for Stefan. What's your preferred beverage?
Oh, we're coming to this. I have to say Slivovitsa, as I'm from Czech Republic. But if we were to go down to beers, I would have to choose, like Pilsner is for sure there, and then Kozal. You have to try that one.
I don't see any more hands. I don't see questions in the chat. So thank you again for the talk.
Thank you.
everyone, and welcome back to GUADEC, Day 1, Track 1. We are going to continue with our next talk, Designing GNOME, and we have Jakub Steiner and Tobias Bernard who are going to tell us more about it.
Hey everyone, welcome to what is now the annual look back and also look into the future in the GNOME project from the design team's perspective. You might have, or usually there's a lot more of us here. I'm just standing in the background just for my good looks. This time the guys figured that I should finally start working on my public speeches. So I'm opening up for Cassidy, who sadly didn't manage to get to this year's GUADEC, but hopefully the experience is not going to be much of a detriment. Well, it will, but you got what you got. And this is Tobias Bernard, also a quite prominent member of the design team. There's lots of us that, or lots, I mean, there's a few of us that aren't here, but also are part of the design team and did lots of the work that we're going to be presenting, along with all the engineers, of course. I should probably name a few. Cassidy, who, as I've already mentioned, Sam Hewitt, also a big part of the team. Alan Day, of course, everybody knows Alan Day. We have Philip. I was gonna remember his sort of Salbetzweig. Very easy to remember. So Philip, who's done tremendous work on calendar. We have Cremo and Jamie, and Brage. I'm sorry for messing up your name, guys. I'm going to start with some janitory. It ties up very well with the previous talk, where, of course, big praise goes to our amazing infrastructure team who's done all the heavy lifting. I'm just going to talk about the little bits that make things pretty. The major thing that we finally landed, and I'm even a little embarrassed at how much time it took us to update the website and make it not embarrassing to look at. It's actually one of my motivators to fix the really bad stuff. So until things start looking really bad, I'm kind of, I have other priorities. But the website really was up for a refresh. We had a major GNOME release 40 where we did a little, like a test promotional website, and it was just done with plain HTML. This is maybe a little philosophical, but like Tobias here really opened my eyes at how I've been overcomplicating things and always going back to the web projects that I like. It's not my main thing that I do. Always come back after like 3 years to a project and then spend hours just trying to make the thing work, while it could have just been a static website. So many people are actually surprised to see that the new website is just HTML and CSS. Like there's not even any like static building backend to that. It's literally just an HTML and a couple of images and a CSS. So back at the GNOME 40 release, we did this site, and I thought, yeah, it's gonna work perfectly. But then, of course, things got complicated. We had lots of cruft in things like WordPress deployments that the infrastructure team wanted to get rid of because it's quite hard to maintain that thing. So there's been a couple of other web projects that I got roped to do. There's also some projects that I'm not mentioning, like the brand website, which sort of, at least usually, historically, we had print focused, like physical print, something you may have heard about. It's not really primary focus for us, but because of the amount of websites that we have, we really needed to refresh and have some guideline on how things should be looking, because we have a mix of solutions for our websites. We have now on the GitLab infrastructure, we have a team that deals with most of the websites. There's always an outlier that the website lives within the project repository and stuff like that. But we do, Sophie has done some custom work on things like the welcome, the onboarding experience for GNOME. That's written in a custom Rust thing, but it's all living in that website team space. But the branding guidelines were good to at least give it a visual framework to make it look consistent, even if the backend sometimes is different. One of the other sides is the amazing GNOME OS nightly images that you can download. It also has grown into, we now make it possible for people to install GNOME OS on physical hardware. So there's some installation instructions. There's some secure boot magic that needs to be explained. So there's some documentation on the website as well. A very big project that's very recent. Our new ED has been spearheading, and Sam has worked on the front end side, and Bart on the actual implementation, and Stephen himself has been involved heavily on the technical side, which I don't know if it's this is great, but yeah. So we have a new donation site, and we have people contributing. I think we're over 200 individual donators now. There's also another WordPress site that we had, which is the actual foundation site. It's also very recent. That has been, I'm not a big fan of Jekyll, but it's one of the, because it's every time it's slightly more complicated, and you need third-party people to, HTML, it's not very easy to edit, so at least having Markdown doesn't make it that much of a steep entry to contribute. So we have a Jekyll static site generator for the new foundation site rather than WordPress. There's also a huge thank you. I need to thank all the people, but particularly Felipe for finally, because this is, I wanted to update the Planet website for a decade now, with the main thing being the hacker gotchis. They're dead now. Well, they're sort of a little bit there, but finally we have photos of people rather than severed heads, which got popular for some reason in the 90s or early 2000s. But we have Planet GNOME with a new backend, and it's a modern website that fits into the style of all the other websites. It's still super heavy. It lists all the, so those who don't know, Planet is a aggregate feed of all the individual blogs, and it lists them. So if you're not using a newsfeed reader, then you can just go to planet.gnome.org and see what people are working on, or even their other projects. the site is super, super long, but somehow, browsers are amazing, and even the mobile version is usable on the phones, which I still find impressive, because like the amount of content is incredible. Am I doing 47? I think so. So now let's move on to things that relate to GNOME itself. Since last we spoke, we need to talk about a major thing that probably Cassidy would have loved to talk about, because he was the one that was really pushing for the accent colors. So since GNOME 47, we sort of allow personalization of the whole interface using colors that the users can pick, which sounds like it's a one slide, but it's a considerable amount of work, mainly on Alice's part. We have a new image viewer, which maybe I could have shown a different, nicer screenshot of rather than just the app icon, but it's amazing. Of course, there's not just the image viewer itself. Sophie has also been working hard on the library for loading images, which is also being more and more integrated into GNOME. Glisten. There's been on the platform side, there's been something I kind of have been mourning, which was the sort of the edge, the dialog buttons that were very stylized and linked to the GNOME style, but they had to go because the LibreWriter platform, one of its core features is that it's adaptive to different form factors. And one of the things that this really improves is the vertical layout for really narrow mobile devices, or just, it doesn't have to be mobile devices. Like you probably understand that even just resizing the windows to be smaller and the layout adapting is really convenient and pleasant. So we have new dialog button layouts. Change. There's been other widgetry that has been introduced. Again, very many focused on the mobile space. The bottom sheets, very common on mobile platforms. We have new row buttons, which is like when an engineer asks me what I should do in terms of layout, my initial answer is always put it in a list. And so the list buttons sort of are a very common pattern when you need an action that follows a list presentation. Another great thing that happened was the spinners, because what we had was just such a terrible hack in many places. We like limited the size of the spinner in the icon theme. It was a horrible hack. So now we have a platform that actually provides spinners, and they look nice and they're great. So that's that. There's also like another mobile Advaita layout, something that allows to like provide a different layout depending on the size, screen estate. A big introduction in GNOME 47 was the file dialogues that are now like consistent with files, the file manager. Like again, a thing that was long time coming, and it finally happened. There's some quirks still, like people have trouble with drag and drop interaction. So there's still room for improvement, but I think it's finally great that we don't have like, the disconnect between like, why do my bookmarks look different in a file open dialog and files? There's been more improvements in files, Nautilus. Alan has worked on the streamlining of the sidebar, which I kind of, I did a quick screenshot, and it's not very nice having like an encrypted volume listed twice. But yeah, otherwise it's perfect. There's no bugs. It's very streamlined. There's a new like network location rather than we had things scattered around. It's a nice thing to have. Another thing that happened was in the settings. Sam has worked to like clean up the layout and arrangement of the accessibility panel. I think it makes more sense. I mean, always when you introduce a change, of course, people are going to complain that they can't find things where they were, but I think the hierarchy now makes way more sense than before. We have Epiphany or web, our web browser, which is well integrated in GNOME, has gained improvements again for the adaptability, because there were areas that didn't quite work for the mobile layout. So we now have bookmarks that are streamlined and in a sidebar. Maps, again, another core app that it used to have like directions before, but with 47 had gained a new backend for the direction navigation. And I'm gonna you're finally gonna hear somebody with a nice, soothing voice, and so I'm gonna give my microphone to Tobias.
Thank you. As you can see, this is all very well prepared, and we 100% remember all the things that we put on the slides. So yeah, I'm gonna go through 48, which is the release that we had this spring. And yeah, it's going to be similarly complete and to the previous section. So one big thing that we did as part of the STF project that mostly Julian worked on is the notification stacking, which was a very long requested feature because we had like this long list of notifications with like 1,000 things mixed from every app. And like you could never find anything, and now it's finally grouped by app, which is a very nice step towards cleaning it up. There's a lot of like additional things that we would like to do eventually, like grouping by thread and so on, but like that's a whole other can of worms. And for now, I think we're very happy that we got this over the line, so that's very nice. Then finally, another like whatever 10-year requested feature is editing, or at least like sort of some basic editing features for images in the default image viewer. Huge kudos to Sophie for getting this over the line. And has like basically cropping, rotation, and some of those basic editing things just like built in. Very, very useful. You don't need to fire up GIMP to like whatever shave off a few pixels off the side. Very convenient. Thanks to I think mostly Kramer and Jamie, like we got the new fonts over the line. So now there's basically, so we're using Inter and EOS-Elka as like Cantrell. No, our old font, Cantrell, was getting a little bit old. And yeah, the fact that it hasn't been maintained in like, I guess, 10 years was starting to be a bit of an issue. And like with a bunch of the stuff that we wanted, also statistically, Inter was sort of the obvious choice. There were a few things that we were not quite happy with, like I think specifically like the L like being not disambiguated from like the I's and so on. But basically what we ended up doing is we gave it a different name, Advaita Sans, and like baked in a few of those changes, because that's not like really an easy way to do it the way the Inter people would want you to do it, which would be CSS, but in our case, whatever, complicated. But and also for mono, like we used EOS-Elka, and I think also baked in 1 or 2 changes, and that's called Advaita Mono. And yeah, those are the new fonts. I think we rolled them out pretty much everywhere now, and they look good. There's also well-being, which is like sort of the first step towards, I guess, a broader effort to introduce some screen time and like whatever usage limit kind of features that landed in 48. I think there's going to be more follow-up work coming in the next cycles. But yeah, so one part of it is like this graphic showing you like how much you use your computer. Unfortunately, impossible to have a good screenshot of. Like I'm sure all of you looked at like the various like release notes, articles about it. Like everyone has like only one day, which is a bit unfortunate. Maybe we need a way to like mock the data in here or something for screenshots. I don't know. Yeah, we also have a new core app. For the first time ever, I guess, we have like a dedicated audio player. Back in the day, this used to be like something that only like Totem could do, and then you would get Totem, which... and now we have like a dedicated audio player. It has this very nice visualization. It has like a thing where you can set the speed, and it's just like sort of more optimized for that use case. And right, the very first like whatever parts of HDR stuff landed, and with that some minimal UI for enabling it. But yeah, like Jakub and others have been intimately involved with some parts of that from the design side as well. Right, text editor got a revamped sort of settings and like view options design with this new sidebar, which I guess matches the loop one a little bit. Or like some of the things that you need to change for the view just like are all in the same sidebar. Yeah, I think along with that also like some mobile fixes happened at the same time. So like we don't have a screenshot for it here, but text editor works much better on mobile now, thanks to Christian Hergert. libwriter also had a bunch of new stuff, including finally a widget where you can like wrap things and not have them all be the same size, which seems like a basic thing that we would have had, but we didn't, and now we do. So now you can like do like these sort of stacked lists of whatever pills and have them not all be like exactly the same width on a grid, which is very useful for, yeah, for example, like sort of pickers of like attributes and things like that. There's also toggle groups, finally, very long in the pipeline kind of widget that has finally landed. And I think with that also like inline view switcher, so basically like this little widgety thing that like shows you which of the toggled buttons is actually toggled as opposed to just like 3 buttons next to each other, which is helpful. And then Alice, yeah, also like did this really, really cool mobile preview, which is now in every libwriter app. Like if you have a modern libwriter app, there's a shortcut that I'm blanking on the shortcut, but you can do it, and you do this, and then you get this, and you get like this little phone simulator, and like you can try different sizes, and like take screenshots at the actual phone size, and then you like know whether it's gonna work on a phone. And with that, back to Jakub for 49.
All right. So 49, look at the future. I'm not spoiling much. This is like showing you a trailer to a movie that shows most of what's going to happen, but I'm not going to show you the whole thing. So again, the previous cycle, only the default wallpaper got some updates. This cycle, I've worked on quite a few more additions and removals because like we don't want to have. I mean, I always try to have the selection of the wallpapers to be varied so that it's not, you don't get too many of the same thing. I'm very happy that Fedora for the next release will actually ship all our wallpapers, so more people will actually see them. One of the things that we're introducing with new wallpapers is that, well, most people won't even notice. All the wallpapers, or most of the new wallpapers, have an ICC profile, a color profile associated with it, which this is probably just like those ads you see on TV that are showing how the new TV has much better colors than the other TV that you're watching the ad on. But so most people will just see a wallpaper, but people who are lucky enough to have an HDR display enabled will actually have the proper like fully dynamically varied wallpaper displayed. I don't actually have one myself, but I tested them on other platforms, let's just say. And it works. I'm not showing you the other ones, but there's more to be seen there. Another big, long time effort is landing, and that's the introduction of papers as a core app. The notable features that we're seeing on this screenshot is the notation, notes, we call it annotations, sorry, annotations. The other core app addition is Showtime, which almost made it last time. But finally, I try to spiff up this slide, and kind of the app icon is halfway there. So, Cravo, don't worry, I'm not rebranding your app. It's just like I made a mistake. So the app icon is not quite what the app icon is. It's a very nice, streamlined video player, and I think it's way better than what we used to have. It's not just like we have a GTK4 app. It's much nicer than what we used to have. Another great port that I'm happy to see is disks, which again, just the new up-to-date widgetry makes it look so much nicer. So I just love formatting disks with this app. Don't let me any disks. Web, the Epiphany web browser has much improved mobile layout. We have, it's not being used all that much, but like for the deprecated shortcuts window, we now have a new thing that's search-based, got tags, much nicer than what we have. And I'm gonna hand over to Tobias quickly because we're running out of time.
How much time do you have?
Like 10 minutes.
Oh, that's fine. No worries. Very underprepared. Okay, yeah. So a few things for future. I guess even more half-baked than the other stuff. So for I think the last 3 years or something, people have been like talking about how we could improve the adaptive layout of Calendar, and I guess more generally improve Calendar. Like there's a big new effort around Calendar with a bunch of new contributors and getting involved, and like fixing long-standing issues, profiling, and lots of good work like that. But I think over the last year or maybe year and a half, like Philipp Sauerzweig has been doing a lot of work towards like sort of consolidating this from the design side and like pushing it towards this new adaptive layout. These are some of the mockups. But like a bit of it has already landed in 449. I'm not 100% up to date on like what exactly is still gonna land. But yes, some parts of it in 49, probably the rest in 50 or 51. But I think like the app is going in a good direction, and yeah, I'm very happy to see that. There's also work by Alan and others towards new display settings to clean it up and make it a bit more streamlined. There's also work that we asked this morning and we're not 100% sure about the status. Towards editable quick settings. I don't think that's going to happen in 49, but probably next cycle or something. To like basically, so it maybe back up a little bit. We have quick settings for like a lot of stuff, and a lot of them are sort of, and you always have the same ones depending on your hardware configuration. And with the, I don't know how many we've added in the last few years, like the 3-4 more that we added over the last few cycles, it is getting to be a bit large depending on what your hardware is, because you have like all of the hardware features like Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and so on, but then also like these modes like night light and dark style. And then, yeah, if you have like keyboard brightness, then you have a second like thing in there in addition to the regular brightness. And if in the future we want to add more stuff, or yeah, like for example, also for 49, we've moved the Do Not Disturb there. So probably at some point soon we'll run out of space, and so this was going to be the solution. And yeah, probably the idea is to just like have this kind of inline editor similar to what Android already has. Another very exciting but somewhat experimental thing that I learned about this morning from Jakub is that apparently there's work towards making symbolics dynamic width, which would be dope, but I can't tell you anything about it. Do you want to say something?
I mean, it's very experimental. We'll see how far we can go, because all these things need to happen like in a way that's not like, oh, I gotta redraw the whole stack within one release. So there's some experiments that Matthias has been doing on the GTK side, the renderer. So GTK has its own renderer for the like a simplified subset of SVGs. Like it's very noisy to present on a slide, but this is actually the whole icon right here. So it's a subset of the giant SVG spec that's streamlined. It can do strokes, recoloring that we have, and all sorts of goodies, but it can do things like have transitions. So you have a button that changes the icon based on the state, and you can have a nice transition between them. Personally, I'm most interested about like having a different like visual weight of the icon, which could be done in multiple ways. But so, for example, if we're presenting the empty state window, it calls itself for a large symbolic, but if we present in our current style, it just becomes too big, so it's like visually overwhelming and not really more legible. It just grabs attention too much. So it would be great to present the symbolics in a lighter weight for that stuff. So we are now gaining capability to do that. So I just wanted to show that it's something that we might get within the 50, 51 time frame.
Right, then I think we can close it out. So there are a lot of people we would like to thank. These are probably half of them, but it's the ones that we came up with quickly earlier and put in the slide. Definitely Alice for all the great work that she's done and is doing on libadwaita. Felipe for 100 different things, but I think in this case mostly settings and the planet thing. Julian for his work on notifications, among other things. Pablo, Marcus, and there's some other names here, Q, and also Lucas for papers. They, I think, really turned that project around, and it's in such a more dynamic and healthy state now. It's really cool to see. Sebastian Wick for all the HDR stuff. Sophie for various things, but I think in this case mostly the image viewer and the work around that. Antonia Fernandez for working on the file chooser mode in Nautilus as part of the SDF project, but then also after that. Bart for all the things he does. Florian for all the shell UI things, reviews, and so on. Matthias Claassen for the fancy SVG things and all the other GDK work. Jan Michael for a lot of the work that's happening on web UI. Einfindus and Kai Lücke on disks, the DGK4 port. And I'm sure there are, as I said, others I forgot, but I think it's always important to mention that as the design team, we're here to help and support and sort of try to plan things a little bit, but nothing happens without all these amazing people. So thanks so much. And yeah, if you would like to get involved with design, here are some links. And there is a Matrix channel where currently you cannot post images, which is a bit of a problem. But maybe that'll get fixed, hopefully, at some point. Thanks so much. And yeah, if there's questions, we'll probably still have a minute or two. Microphone? Oh. Yeah, we can give you this. Okay. I use a TV with HDR. Why is PC behind? There's a thing in the way. behind console on HDR support? I don't know.
Let's move on.
If we have more questions in the chat, feel free to send them now.
Also not about HDR.
Raise your hands. You must have been extremely clear.
Georgios. Also another one there. I don't know who's first.
It's not a question. I just want to say thank you for mentioning calendar.
You're welcome. Thanks for your great work.
By the way, Georgios,
we forgot Georgios on the slide.
Georgios, I think you noticed that we're making slides in Inkscape still. You know, spiel is still on the table, yeah?
Any other questions? Go.
So you mentioned the redesign of the quick settings, and I would like to know, is scrollable quick settings feature coming? For example, for me, which I'm a fan of just cluttering my quick settings with the extensions and get all sorts of features that maybe be using or not, but just because this has been an annoyance so far, so if I have lots of stuff in quick settings, I can't scroll, I can't access all my stuff.
Sorry, the question is whether we are going to add scrolling to the quick settings?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we definitely wanted to not go off the screen when you add more. Whether it would be scrolling, I think is an open question.
Also because a lot of extensions that just add stuff to the quick settings. So
I mean, ideally, if we have this editable quick settings thing, that would somehow tie into that. But it might be pagination rather than scrolling. I don't know. But this is all, we're aware of the issue, is what I would say. And when we do this, I think we want to fix that, yeah.
I hope you will come with a good design solution.
Sorry?
I hope that you are able to come with a good design solution for that.
That is the plan.
Thank you.
Any other questions? In the meantime, online, we don't have any other questions from attendees. If you have questions afterwards, just take a look at the chat. And if you have a question in the room, just reach out to the speakers. Thank you again.
Thanks so much.
Like almost a 10-minute break, no, 20-minute break, so you can grab some coffee. This is a kind reminder that we have the group photo before lunch, so stay around, don't leave immediately after the other talks are over. We've had some really amazing talks right now, so thank you everyone so much for watching everything. And also a reminder, if you see people with these fancy yellow hats around, it's the Code of Conduct Committee. I really hope we don't need to bother us. But yeah, this is just a kind reminder to everyone be kind to each other. And yeah, we're around if you need us. We have the yellow hats. Hello everyone, ciao a tutti. We are back in GUADEC, track 1, day 1. We are going to continue with our next presentation. We are a few minutes late, so of course we are going to shift also the other presentation afterwards. So let's continue with Hacking the Shell, Florian Müllner.
So hello, I'm Florian, and I'm talking a bit about the current development environment that we have currently in GNOME Shell. I would like to say that it's the environment I'm using as I'm using it, but it's more like the environment how I would use it if I weren't hopelessly stuck to running Vim in terminal. But yeah, that's so just so that everyone is on the same level. Like GNOME Shell is the component in GNOME that is responsible for providing all the system UI, like the top bar, the overview, login or lock screen, notifications, etc., etc. It's tightly coupled with libmatter, which is the GNOME implementation of a Valence server / compositor / window manager. So it's responsible for placing windows, stacking windows, making sure that X-Valent and Valent windows interact like natively, and ultimately to sending the actual pixels to display. When I was starting contributing to GNOME Shell like 100 years ago, this is what you needed to build GNOME Shell. If you see, like, this is like the actual module definition that existed at the time. If you include GNOME Shell itself, it's 7 modules. That's fairly sweet. By now, times have changed a little bit. So it's not a direct comparison, because even in the old days, you obviously needed something like a C compiler, make all the library headers that were needed. But it was like very, very far from this level of dependencies, which makes sense because at the time, Matter wasn't like an actual display server itself. GNOME Shell didn't integrate with GDM, Polkit, Network Manager, Bluetooth. A lot of stuff has been added over time, so a lot of dependencies, by itself, that's not necessarily a problem. I mean, there are a lot of dependencies, but as long as they're there, everything is fine. The problem is that this tooling is nice, but it's not quite its job to provide a development environment. DNF build tab is used to give you everything you need to rebuild the package, which means the last stable version from a tarball. That's not quite the same as building like the project from Git. And in particular, Matter has the tendencies to require newer versions over the cycle. New Valent protocols are implemented, new settings are added. So what distros provide isn't like, after a while, isn't enough to actually build the project, and you need newer dependencies. And it's not really friendly to like hunt them down individually. Now, this is a small snapshot of the Matter CI pipeline. Matter uses a custom CI image that includes all the dependencies, not only to build it, because if you look under the first job under test, it also builds and runs GNOME Shell. So we already have a container image that has everything that is needed to build and run Matter and GNOME Shell, which is pretty sweet. So enter Toolbox, which is like a development tool to make containers usable for development. It's, unlike other container tools, it's not meant to isolate what's inside the container, but to integrate it as seamlessly as possible with the host system. So we built some tooling on top of that is usable for development. The first one is what we will start with, which is like create toolbox. That's like a small script that sets up a new toolbox based on a custom image that is itself built from the CI image that is used in the GNOME shell and Mutter pipelines. If the image is updated, there's another CI job that automatically builds a new toolbox image. So you can be fairly sure that if you run the script, you get a toolbox that has everything that is needed to build and run Mutter or GNOME shell. And I don't really actually want to talk that long because, well, let's just try it out. So this is my usual checkout. We are not going to use that. Let's just start off with what? Oops. Okay, so we are checking out GNOME shell. That should be fairly quick. Okay, not sure why everything is so small. Is that readable? Okay, then let's go with that.
All right.
Okay, it would have been nice to like show the help output. Not sure, I cannot resize that currently. So let's create a new toolbox. Let's integrate with GNOME Builder. Shit, I should have removed it earlier. Okay. This will take a while. As I said earlier, GNOME shell is very tightly coupled with Mutter, so it doesn't really make sense to Mutter in the image. Not least because very frequently you have to touch both projects if you like develop a new feature. Like there's a new feature in GNOME shell, but it needs some new API added to Mutter. Or there's a change in Mutter and GNOME shell needs to adapt to it. And you often work on both projects in parallel. So to make this easier, the container contains like a custom update Mutter command, which like is a one-shot, oh, check out this project and build it. The create toolbox command also has an option to skip that step, which is useful if you are also a Mutter developer, so you can like reuse your existing checkout or build directory. The other tools, I'll quickly go through them, like Meson build is just the convenience script, so you don't have to toolbox enter, Meson setup, Meson compile, Meson build, Meson install. You just have like anywhere in the source tree, you just Meson build and it just builds and installs the thing. It's also like generic. This is not tied to GNOME. It will sort of like, as long as the dependencies are in the image, it will work for any Meson project. Likewise, Meson test, which is like the same wrapper, but for Meson test. Run GNOME shell is a small wrapper to basically like make it easier to run the GNOME shell instance from a container. It works either from a TTI, or the full screen version, or usually I run it from inside the session and then it opens like a small window which contains like a nested instance of GNOME shell. And the last one I would like to skip for now, and hopefully I have time to get back to that later. Yep. So now I'm a very smart person, so I contributed like a small patch to GNOME Builder to pick up new builder configurations that I added. And then I forgot to tell Christian that, oh, it would be neat to have a release in time for GUADEC. So I have to restart Builder now. Oh, So this is the project we created earlier. And let's see how building goes. That looks a lot better. So, moment of truth. We have to allow running the install steps through sudo and GNOME shell. This is using like the new dev kit. Why doesn't the pointer move? So there. We can now actually grab the pointers, so you can use like the super key inside the toolbox or bring up our like small, oops. Small like development console, which is like fairly neat and definitely better than like the old nested mode that was based on the X11 backend. And I have to find the pointer to actually close this thing. Help. So, let's try something. Let's just make a small change and take a look. And yes, like we are not just running GNOME shell, we are actually running GNOME shell from like with all the changes we just did. So that's neat. Now, when I said earlier that that Miesen build is like a small wrapper, like for convenience. This is how it started. By now, it gained another option. This is Miesen build, which is sysexed. What that does is it builds and installs the project, but not in the container's root, but instead it uses like a separate disk directory inside the toolbox, which later then the toolbox install sysexed command can use to extract the special directory from inside the container, put it on the system, and set it up as a toolbox. And I quickly log out. Nope. This is what I forgot. So, we now, and this is, we basically replace the system instance of GNOME shell and all the dependencies that are necessary on top of the existing distro, but it's done in a quite safe way. By default, the command will use a runtime extension, which means if stuff really goes wrong, you reboot and you're back to like your regular host system. There's also like an option to use persist, which means it sets it up like as a persistent extension, so that you can actually dog feed the development version quite easily, which is what I usually do. Like I generally don't run like on the base database and then I replace GNOME shell and Matter on top, so that I run always more or less the version from main. And as I have hopefully demonstrated, it's not that complicated. So yeah, hopefully you've seen that it's not that hard to contribute to GNOME shell. Or if you are working on some project that is also lower down the stack and isn't really suited by Flatpak, maybe there's something you are interested in and you get maybe some inspiration for your own tooling. So that's pretty much everything I wanted to say. So, questions?
Thank you, Florian. Wow, that was loud. If anyone has any questions, please let us know. In the meantime, people watching online, if you have questions, send them in the chat.
Is this workflow documented somewhere, like in the README, or?
Yes, like the tooling is inside a tools toolbox directory, and there's also a tools toolbox README document. So.
We have more questions in the room.
So what would it take for me to convince you to use build stream instead of toolbox? So you know that the Redis team uses build stream to build all of GNOME. What would it take to convince you to use it instead of toolbox?
Like from what I've seen, I would say it's a hard sell. I mean, back in the day when I was using JH build, once I'm set up, I only run like JH build make in the project, so it's just like, oh, build it for me. And the Miesen build script that I use, that's basically what I use. I want like the single command, oh, build this project for me, and like in a minute, I'm ready to run it. And I haven't seen that with build stream. Like it must be like that. If you can give me something like that instance and that integrated, then great. And the other thing is that, well, the whole idea is that we have a single place to maintain like the dependencies. Like we have this custom CI image in Matter, and the toolbox image is automatically rebuilt on top of that. So I don't have to, oh, now I have to update a separate thing and make sure it is kept in sync with like the CI pipeline, but there's like a single source of truth. I mean, if you give us stuff like that, then well, maybe. I mean, it's not that I'm like emotionally tied to Toolbox, but yeah.
Yeah. So that one is always like a big topic, but the other part is that you need to match the host system with the container. So if you are to like start using a different tooling and like GNOME OS, we would also have to run on the host system GNOME OS. So we need to work on that and like get the whole package in before we like start switching people away. But let's discuss that later.
Yeah, no, that's quite a good point actually. Like in particular, like the sysx stuff depends. Basically, you need like the container image and the host image need to have the same base, because otherwise you run and very likely to run into API incompatibilities. The scripts themselves are quite generic. So if you're like running Ubuntu, if you create your own container with all the dependencies, then the Miesen build and install sysx scripts will work just fine. But if you go with the like give me the container, then you have to like use the same Fedora version that we use for CI, which tends to be like the latest stable one, except late in the cycle when we try to switch early to like the upcoming release.
I have a question. What would you do if you're in that situation where you have to work on Mutter and GNOME shell, like to do a single feature patch set, you need to change something in Mutter and change something in GNOME shell. Does that script, is it possible to make it use a custom build Mutter or a custom branch or something like that?
Not like the custom command inside the container. I mean, I usually don't use that, but I tell like when I create the toolbox, I say like skip Mutter, and then I build it myself, like from whatever branch I'm currently in. So you go to Mutter, you work on Mutter, you do Miesen build, and it builds and install Mutter inside the toolbox. Then you can switch to GNOME shell, work on the shell side, do Miesen build, and then you have like whatever you build in Mutter with whatever you have in GNOME shell.
Okay, so you share the toolbox.
Oh yeah, it's like a single image that you can create like multiple toolboxes, but obviously like for GNOME shell and Mutter, you want to use like the same toolbox.
Okay, thank you.
One more question.
Okay, so I used to run all those scripts and everything, and it was great. And then like Tobias here forced me to use GNOME OS, and now convinced me to use GNOME OS. And now like the whole sysx stuff doesn't really work anymore, in the sense that I can't just the image that comes out of the toolbox that I'm still using is not compatible with like the GNOME OS thing, so the whole tooling just falls apart there. And I kind of wonder like what we should do about something like that, because I still want to continue using like Fedora for my toolbox, because that's just what we are using in CI and what's supported. But then like the whole system is GNOME OS, and I don't really like, and I have to use some other tooling to get the image for that.
Well, no, I mean, the script, I would expect it to work if you use it with a GNOME OS-based container. But we don't have like a convenience script to set up a GNOME OS-based container, so you would be responsible for doing that yourself. Although, like, as GNOME OS tracks the actual development branches, it's much more likely to already provide everything you need.
It does.
So,
I mean, the point here is that the toolbox that I'm using is still based on Fedora, and I would use
then
that.
You can't use the sysx.
Right, but that's kind of an issue, I think, because the Fedora toolbox is kind of like the thing that we have in CI, and it's kind of convenient to have the same setup there. But I guess just not possible.
No, I like that. I mean, you could have like a second toolbox based on GNOME OS that you use exclusively to get the sysx installed.
We already do that. No, just asking why not? Sorry. Sysx utils, since you are already using GNOME OS. It's more about everybody. Oh, right. Okay. No, just wondering. Anyway.
So yeah, I think anyways, we don't have any more time. So thank you so much, Florian, for the presentation. Another applause, please. We are going to proceed with the next talk. Just give us a couple minutes so we set up and we'll be back. We are back at track 1 and we are going to continue with our at least last presentation before lunch. I just wanted to remind everyone that we have the group photo before lunch, so right after this talk just gather around the registration desk or the coffee break area so we can get organized and coordinated and no one is missing from the group photo. We are going to continue with the next presentation. Our next presenter is online, it's a recording. We are not going to take questions for this because we are running extremely late, unfortunately, due to also some technical issues. So we are going to proceed with the video recording. Any question that you have, please send them in the chats, either Matrix or Telegram. And we are going to ask Patrick whether he can respond to your questions afterwards. Thank you so much for the attention so far. And yeah, we'll continue with the next talk.
Hi, I'm Patrick from Igalia, and today I'll be talking a bit about libsoup. It's a pretty important core library of GNOME that is rarely talked about. So I'm going to go over its history and what's happening lately. So for those unfamiliar, libsoup is an implementation of HTTP and WebSockets. It supports both clients and servers. And it's very feature-rich, implementing basically all the standards a fully featured web browser would need. It's used indirectly by a lot of GNOME software. Basically anything interacting with the internet is probably going through libsoup. It was created in 2000 at Helix Code, which became Simian. I believe the main application it was made for was Evolution, the email client. Not long after it was created, it was maintained by mostly a single individual, Dan Winship. I believe he started working on it at Simian, but I believe a lot of his maintainership was personal time. I'm not certain on that. In 2009, it was adopted by WebKit GTK, at which point Igalia started contributing to it to fix bugs and add features we needed for WebKit. And we eventually became the maintainer around 2018. I think this is an interesting graph. On the y-axis, it's lines of code written by a specific company. On the x-axis, it's over time. As you can see, it was written by Simian, but very quickly, that big green area is basically just Dan Winship. The growing pink area is when Igalia started contributing to it, and those contributions grew over time. I'd like you to note the big drop in lines of code around 2021, followed by the huge growth of our contributions. Here's a breakdown on individuals contributing, which I think is interesting. It's always been a fairly small community. The number of large contributors has been maybe 5 people throughout history. So in 2021, after we had been maintaining it for a few years, we decided to do an API break and release libsoup 3. There were quite a few reasons behind this. It's a very old project. It existed before GObject even existed. And many, many more GIO and glib APIs. It hadn't broken API in 13 years, which isn't a problem on its own, of course. But things were getting a little bit messy. There were multiple ways to do the exact same task. The number of deprecated APIs kept growing over time, so it made sense to tackle some of that. You know, broadly our goals: remove the deprecated stuff, make it smaller, easier to maintain, make better use of modern glib. We were also working on HTTP2. A lot of internal details about how connections work was exposed publicly, which kind of doesn't fit with how HTTP2 manages connections. And while we're at it, improve, testing and infrastructure. So as you saw in the previous graph, we succeeded in removing a lot of libsoup. These numbers are before we added HTTP2, which increased the lines of code a bit. But we shrunk the code base around 20%. The biggest wins were in its public interfaces. We went from over 600 public symbols to around 400, which is huge. This makes it easier to learn, easier to test, easier to maintain. They were numbers I was really happy with. So yeah, we reduced the surface area quite significantly, following modern glib practices basically, final classes, private structs. There were a handful of APIs that literally no project ever used. Some private symbols were accidentally made public. And we wanted to limit the scope of libsoup more to the core HTTP handling. So some details were moved to WebKit, like file handling. Higher level APIs like XML RPC are much less popular these days, so it didn't necessarily make sense to maintain that. And we did a lot of work leveraging modern glib, which is great. Libsoup had a lot of bespoke types to handle things like dates and networking and URIs. And making use of glib simplified everything. It made our public APIs easier to understand. It made our language bindings more reliable. It moved a lot of complexity of networking down the stack, which has been great. We didn't want to just remove code. We wanted to make sure that we could maintain a high quality project for the long term. So we redid all the CI, following modern best practices, stack analysis, address sanitizer. All merge requests show code coverage. We rewrote documentation in GI docgen and made sure we had 100% coverage. There were a handful of public symbols that were just never documented. And we made sure to automatically publish documentation online. While we were at it, we improved the documentation. We added a lot of real-world examples of situations. We did eventually add HTTP2 support, which did grow the project a bit. We added some basic fuzzing tests and made sure it ran cleanly under Valgrind. So here's a simple example of the modern API. It's not super exciting, but previously there were like 8 different ways of sending and reading messages, which is a bit unwieldy. We added a lot of high-level wrappers to make common tasks easy, but it's all built on top of just a pair of sync and async ways of sending messages. So the challenges of breaking API like this and doing major refactoring. Libsoup is used by a lot of projects, maybe roughly 100. Not all of those are maintained. We tried our best to port any really important project, including projects like GStreamer and many core GNOME libraries. Multi-threading was a bit of a challenge. Libsoup 2, while not being documented in any way, it did try to make a few tasks thread safe. And GStreamer, for example, is heavily threaded and expects elements to be thread safe. So there's a bit of work to do there. Being a low-level library that other projects depend on meant it was very easy to get into a situation where both versions of the library would be loaded in the same process. For example, applications that use GStreamer don't choose what version of libsoup GStreamer uses. So we have to work around that, like an application links to libsoup 3, it loads GStreamer, and then GStreamer has to detect what version is already loaded and load the correct version. GURI at the time was also fairly new, not widely used, and needed some improvements along the way. So fast forward a few years to today, most projects have been ported to libsoup 3, with only a couple of important projects being left behind. We're at the point where some distros are aiming to maybe drop libsoup 2 in the near future. It's still a small project, but we do have a wider diversity of contributors than we did in the past. just due to active maintenance. Overall, libsoup 3 is stabilized a lot, and there haven't been a lot of feature additions lately. So what we have been doing lately is a lot of security work. GNOME has a bug bounty program now, funded by the STF and managed through the Yes We Hack website, which has been really successful in getting a lot of bugs found. And we've been trying to fix them as we go. A lot of the issues found are exactly what you would expect in an old C project. Here's a breakdown of categories of security problems. Very often memory corruption, as you would expect. An even more detailed breakdown here. Overflows, null pointer dereferences, and most of this would be in old code that's over a decade old. So looking towards the future for libsoup, I expect things to be stable for a long time. While the results for breaking API, I think, went as best as they could, and the community transitioned from 2 to 3 really quickly, it's not something we ever really want to do again, unless it's truly necessary. HTTP 3 is an interesting feature that I would love to support, but it seems unlikely in the near future. How these projects are structured is very distinctly libsoup handles HTTP, glib handles, TCP/IP, and glib networking handles TLS. Very separate projects handling different layers. And HTTP3 and Quick really meld all those layers together in a way that's hard to fit into glib's current API. So it seems unlikely that that will happen in the near future. If anybody is in the mood to help the project out, some of the tasks that we need the most help in is maintaining the CI. While we have some fuzzing tests, we definitely need more. And the bug bounty program continues to find new security issues. Some of them are quite simple to fix, so help is appreciated. So thanks. If you have any questions, please contact me on Matrix. It's 5 a.m. where I am right now, so I'll get to it when I can. Thank you.
Answer once he wakes up. And yeah, thank you again to everyone for watching. Now we are going to have our group photo. The plans have changed. You don't have to go to the reception, to the registration desk and coffee break area. We're going to have our group photo here. So just stay around here and we're going to tell this to everyone so we can gather around, okay? Cool. Oh, for the group photo, we're going to give you some kind of some guidelines where to stand.